anywhere there's a pull, you're going to see Bibsters. So check it out, ladies and gentlemen. I get a kick out of it. I like to watch any of the different events that I don't make. We got the X Factor here tonight. And like I said, we're taking our sled, truing up the track a little bit. We're just a few moments away from getting this thing rolling.
7 classes tonight, including the highest horsepower pulling vehicles that you will see sanctioned by the Central Iowa pullers, both tractors and two-wheel drive pickups in that 25-2600 horsepower range. And according to the first of 2 nights, the professional truck and tractor pulling here at the Grayson County Fair here tomorrow night.
And the mile marker that Central Iowa Pullers Association 30 years. That's quite a deal.
It is celebrating our 30th anniversary and a lot of events that have taken place over the years.
What do you think about it? We've done a lot of traveling, several different states, and Andy's going to read it off to you here just in a moment. When you think about 30 years of organized truck and tractor pulling, when it all started out, organization, like tonight, for example, we'll have 2 lots of mile, light limited modified, you're going to see some deals with the tall tires in the back, some 360s, 466 limited pros, some hot farms, modified 2-wheelers, and some 4-1s.
Yeah, in fact, you're talking about the 30th year of pulling, formed back in 1995 as a 504A nonprofit corporation to promote professional truck and tractor pulling throughout the state of Iowa and in surrounding states, and to operate certain truck and tractor pulling events as scheduled by the corporation. We've traveled to over 65 unique towns or fairs in 5 different states, including Wisconsin, Illinois, Missouri, North Iowa, and been to Minnesota before. On average, promoting about 20 pulls per season, which is exactly what we have this year, with a high of 27 in 2018 and 2019.
And it doesn't happen unless you have an election of officers and safety personnel and tech officials. Our president is Mr. Tim Borwald. Our 2 vice presidents are Dan Arnold and Duke Simon. Emily Schemmel and Nikki Simon taking care of the secretary and treasurer work, and Ryan C. He's our East Central Iowa Pullers Association.
Hey everybody, we are live here in Monticello, Iowa at the Grayson Jones County Fair for East Central Iowa Pullers Association Truck and Tractor Pull. There are 7 classes, 11 and 12,000 pounds, 16 mile per hour, 2-active farm tractors, 8,500 pound limited pro stock tractors, 9,500 pound 4.1 limited pro stock tractors, 6,000 pound light limited modified tractors, 6,200 pound super modified tool drive trucks, 7,700 pound 362 pinch hot stock tractors, and 9,500 pound 3,000 RPM hot farm tractors. 7 classes, pull starts at 6:30 tonight. We got the Brandon Bungar and the X Factor sled. We are live here on this track videos. Please make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. I do have Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, and TikTok.
The way it should be.
That's newstrackvideos.com. And go follow the Central Iowa Pullers Association on Facebook.
He was with us from the start of this deal.
As well as,
I'll tell you what, we miss him greatly, but that's
as well as Bibsters Repair Shop on YouTube and Facebook.
Brand new man in there, Kevin Lick,
Posting great content for the Central Iowa Pullers Association. And go follow Champion Seed also. They're the presenting sponsor for ECI.
By Champion Seed, one of the fastest growing independent seed companies in the country. Champion has the freedom to select from a wide range of genetic platforms and trait packages, matching it right down to the county level. We're champions of quality corn and soybean traits, quality growing seasons, and quality people to help you along the way. From our corn seeds and soybean seeds to our people and our partners, from the champion the best, visit plantchampion.com to learn more and find suitable dealers.
Well, Andy, the way it's looking, they got things the way they want it. The track is trued up. They're going to take the scraper. They're going to scrape this thing down, get it all rolled tight, and we're going to get started with the 2 hot to farm division.
that, we will be starting off with the 11 and 12,000 pound, 60 mile per hour tractor farm tractors. They do have to run a 20.8 by 38 inch tire. They can run double cuts. If they run double cuts, they're 11,000 pounds. If they run non-cut tires, they can weigh 12,000 pounds. Everybody must run under 16 miles per hour at a 3,000 RPM limit. Must have a 2-post ROPS or a roll cage. If you do have a roll cage, you must wear a neck brace and a helmet, as well as a harness. Must have boots and full-length pants on. Do average about 12 to 16 tractors in this class.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we can get things parked for a little bit, Tim, if you can hold them up out there, we're going to do the national anthem here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look at our flag, we look at what the colors represent. We have the red, the white, and the blue. Red symbolizes the valor and bravery of our heroes, those who have fought and continue to fight for our freedom. White represents the purity and innocence of our nation's founding ideals. And the blue of the flag embodies the diligence and perseverance and justice upon which our nation was built. Together, these colors remind us of the sacrifices that have been made to keep our nation strong and free. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd all please rise, remove your covers. We will have the playing of our nation's national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose footsteps and bright stars
Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Francis Scott Key would be proud.
What a beautiful rendition of the Star Spangled Banner here at the Great Jones County Fair.
You bet. A poem that was written all the way back in the year of 1814 turned into our national anthem to music in 1931. Quite a deal. Thank you who served for our country. Any veterans out there? I'll tell you what, we can't thank you enough. We truly live in the land of the free and the home of the brave. We got a lot of stuff going on here tonight, Andy. We're going to have a good time here. I love the class selection that laid out. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, you know what it is here. Such a great host, such a great venue, the Great Jones County Fair. Wonderful track, great night. Colors also presented by the Americani Bakery and Cafe from their humble beginnings in 1981. They've quickly become an Entertainment favorite. With hundreds of unique tasting breads, pastries, cookies, jams, and jellies, you're bound to find the perfect treat no matter what the occasion. We take pride behind our products, from the quality of our goods to the recipes and ingredients. We only send out the best. If you're planning a trip to Atlanta, stop and visit the Americani Bakery and Cafe. All right, first up, the 11,000-pound Q-Hot Farm class, 12,000 pounds, and some of those cases as well. We'll talk about the difference here as we get going.
Tyler Wessels is going to be backed up on the sled, which he is right now, out of Earlville, Iowa, on IH-1066. A very, very popular tractor. He's going to be our test horse, find out if he likes what he's seeing. Tyler's a lot of fun, good running tractor. Does very well with that thing.
And as such, the driver is offered the privilege of accepting the pole or coming back with limited information on the track and turning it down to try again later. £11,000. The weight limit, if they're using cut rear tires, 12,000 pounds, non-cut tires. I think there are only 2 entries in the class now using the non-cut tires. 20.838 or 18.442 on the higher side, you'll hear the rev limiters at 3,000 RPM.
Tyler Wessels on IH-1066. Next up is BJ Newsell, Strippers Edition, 1066.
Next up here, and will be the first official look in the hot farm class. Gentlemen still looking for a win this season, Eagles daughter. Switch out driving wheels on the Strippers Addiction track. Central City, where they call home, DJ who still has the green flag. 14 key vendors and pilots for that position drop back later.
Doing a little conversation out there. If you take a look at the big man from Central City, he's tough enough to wear pink. Trying to get him to... I'll tell you what, they do a very good survey and very, very fast. I'll tell you what, that young lady can drive. Father-daughter team. DJ Carly Lucy.
Raised to Maynard, Iowa on a giant 1630.
Raised to Leeds from the Westgate, Iowa territory. Ray was with us in Manchester, Iowa. And it looks to me, came in down the line just a little ways, but I'll tell you what, that tractor is a very good pull. The 6030, one of the toughest tractors to beat not that long ago. These guys are very competitive class. Here we go. I'll tell you what, John, you're man, that's the last from the last 60-30. Good looking ride right there. Most of the class is heading towards the cut tire. I think it's two, yeah. It is two. Turbo, I know. Scott Rowe, he's still running with a cut tire. 1,000 mile road race. It hurts the American family. Hey, that's how much you want to spend here. Eric Russell, backing up to the front right now. One of your hometown guys, 70-45. The hometown kid, and it's tough to pull in your hometown, I guarantee it. Eric's not afraid. He's been at it a long time. His Alice Chalmers enthusiast right here. The AC 70-45. Eric made a few passes earlier this year. He's down halfway through the list of pullers here in the point setup. But at any given time, every one of these guys can get in the lead position. Looking for the green all the way around, and he's got it on the sled. Here we go, Mr. Eric. He's 1 year old, ladies and gentlemen. He's in his hometown. They go to the Lord's for the boy. Once again, thanks to all our sponsors, some of our old sponsors. story he told me. The Elbro County bought another one to repair his tractor. A neighbor came up and says, hey, I'd like to buy a couple parts off that donor that you bought. The rest is history. All the way back from '76. They've grown into selling used combines and combine parts. They offer a variety of aftermarket parts, over 300 salvage combines, 1,200 parts tractors. And they started with the TYM business in 2007. TYM, Compact Tractor where quality matters. And here's a fella that's been doing awfully good. Stan Bateman out of Plainfield, Iowa at 2255. He's been doing quite well. The Justin is going off there. And he wanted to get for it. So we're I'll tell you, this tractor does very well.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's been fun watching so far this season. Currently sitting 8 points. But
Next up,
speed limit class for this mini tractor for 17.
Stan Bateman, Oliver 2255.
One speeding violation or the feed off one night to shuffle the points in the curve.
It sure can. That is a truest statement right there.
I mentioned earlier the point rankings are starting to shape up. So far, the top 10 in this class is separated by about 70. And you do it with a caterpillar stick.
Not lacking any power. How about it, Oliver fans? Not there.
315.18, 15 miles an hour. So far, no speed.
Looks like it's in about a third position right now. Leading it is according to what I'm seeing. So thank you to our friends with the Liquid Tube, the original Liquid Inner Tube. Not flat tires forever. Maintain proper air pressure and extend your tire life. Liquid Tube instantly seals your tires. Available at Napa, Fleet Farm, and Bass Pro Shops. For more information, visit liquidtube.com. Dan Myers, the Dell Icon, making his way out onto the track. Andy, he was a 2024 points champion.
And we did made out in the final.
Next will be Dan Hines out of Delhi, Iowa, 966 International.
10 points. Ryan Miller. Down to the 33. Pretty good for Dan overall. Took home 2 wins. 3 second place finishes. He's yet to get a victory this season, maybe tonight.
Oh, I think he did. He won it right here at Cuba City.
There you go.
You bet he did. And in Davenport, Iowa, he took home with a second place finishing in the Sigourney. It looks to me like he took home a third place finish. Dan's been having a pretty strong year so far, and he's been at this game a long time.
He currently leads the points again this year as well. Trying to be 325 and change. And a new year, 45.03, right at that 16 mile an hour speed limit was in Anaheim. That's talk about why the speed limit there.
You bet. The reason for the speed limit. A lot of people give us a little flack on this. Every pull that you go to, they say, why do you guys run a speed limit? Well, it turns into a checkbook race is what happens, those that spend the most win. Here's the deal. In this class, if you have 2,000 horsepower, 1,000 horsepower, or 500 horsepower, the fastest you can go is 16 miles an hour. It keeps things under control and it creates a lot less arguments. The guys voted on this, they all set the rules the way they
Next, Miller family, Ryan, Iowa. Miller time reload, they call this tractor.
That's includes a weight change of 1,000 pounds for those who choose not to cut the tire. And it's worked out quite well.
Certainly has. So we got 1-2, you saw the points leader, defending champion. The guy that's in second place in points on the track right now.
He won it in Sigourney. He won it in Manchester. I'll tell you what, this guy, he's got 3 wins in a row. He was at Jessup, Iowa. This tractor has 3 wins in a row right now.
Hottest tractor in the class. Finished 4th in points a year ago. He didn't finish in the top 5 here in Monticello. Maybe he changed that this season. Miller time, reloaded the tractor driven by Austin Miller.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Arnold out of Walker, Iowa, the Smoke and Money tractor coming into the picture. When he runs down the tractor, everybody notice a little gear whine in this thing. The Wheatland style tractor. He does very well with this thing. Dan Arnold's been on with the board of directors over the years. Right now he's currently serving as our vice president as he makes his way out. Too Hot to Bar division, a very, very popular class, always holding consistent between 15 and 18 hooks. Every time we get out here, these guys put one together, they have a lot of fun together and come to the competition, the happier they are. All the tractors smoking money. Going to hit a few more of our sponsor list as we make our night progress here. Dan Arnold getting strapped and secured in. Thank you to our friends from Centego. They offer a wide range of paraffin-based specialty oils that can greatly improve the performance and durability of the engine and equipment. Centego has been providing its customers with superior lubricants since 1911. If you want to learn more, visit centego.com. What does the survey say on this depth color right here? 345.1.
pushing on the podium at the moment. Fourth place, I believe. About halfway through the class.
I do believe the last pull that they were at, number 1 and number 2, if I remember it right. Sure it was. Austin at Manchester had the win, and Dave Miller came in second place.
Uh-oh. Son beat the mentor, huh?
You bet. Other Sun team battling it out. I'll tell you that Sun won.
I'm sure Dave didn't care about that at all.
I'll bet not. And he had a birthday just recently, too. Did you hear that?
Dave or Austin?
Dave did.
Did he?
Yeah. I think he's right at 86 years old.
Getting beat by your son. Getting beat by your son while he's a person, yes, certainly will.
I'm hard on him. I'll tell you what. The Miller family, a father and 2 sons, having a lot of fun. I'll tell you, there's nothing better.
Well, we're talking about
Got Ryan Miller up next on the Double Trouble 1066 International.
Oh, here he comes.
3 wins for Ryan last year. Didn't quite finish on the podium here in Monticello. And trying to beat 3:45 and change. The Miller contractor, driven by Ryan Miller, has the green flag.
You bet. It's brand new for this year, and I'll tell you, we were at, which show were we at? Manchester, we had a few, about 5 of them up there.
There were 3 of them up in Davenport as well.
That's right. Oh, it's kind of a neat deal, and folks, you'll sure enjoy it. You're going to hear some pretty high RPMs, some pretty loud stuff. It'll be pretty good show. 570 some cubic inch engines. Jeremy Ryder out of Potosi, Wisconsin, 1 Royal Deer. Going to be working his way out in the track. Hats off to our staff in the background, making sure everybody's lined up. It's the unsung heroes of this organization, the ones behind the science, taking care of everything in the pit area. Our track personnel doing a bang-up job here tonight. Jeremy, he was in the lead position for most of the year last year. Had some mechanical issues with that tractor. Patched it up the best he could throughout the year.
Up next is Jeremy Ryder out of Potosi, Wisconsin with the 1 Royal Deer, John Deere 4455.
I'll tell you what, he does a very good job with 1 Royal Deer. We'll be up in Potosi. It's going to be the 2nd weekend in August, a 2-night tourney up there. I'll be working for this man up there. Green lights and a green tractor, 1 Royal Deer. that don't like me out there.
Sure, that viewer doesn't like there.
Well, it was the sound system got mad at me. Did you hear it?
Maybe it was Scott that got
No, I don't think it was Scott. I'll tell you what, he's a good egg. Good guy. Two guys working together in a tractor they call a throwbill. He's going to be making its way out, and we talked about this a little earlier. He's going to be 1,000 pounds heavier because he's running a non-cut tire. See Mr. Rochard take this tractor into the podium finish before? You're looking for it tonight. We got an excellent track. This track always does pack down nice. It's very good dirt.
Next up, Scott Rochar on the IH-1066. He calls the Thrill-A-Billy.
Mark Pelchin should be doing the driving out of Urbana, Iowa, on another 1066. One of the very popular tractors in the world is already parts there. The chassis is very versatile on these tractors.
This is not Scott Rochar driving, though. I am not sure who this is.
Still using
I think this is his partner. They're two of them partnered into this tractor.
Steering wheel is made out of weldable uplog chain. Kind of a drill between things.
Every time I see that, I think of that old car that used to be running around our town and the chain link steering wheel. That was from the 60s and 70s. That's back when you could drink water from a garden hose and live through it.
Can't do that anymore there.
I sure do. I use that line at every hook. Here we go. The tractor they call a Thrill-Billy, Mr. Mark Pelchin.
Thrill-Billy tractor actually currently sitting fifth in the point in this class. I had a really good position as part of the place. No wins on the year. Fourth place position looks like it. Five year way to about fourth place. So that's three tractors left, including last year's winner here in Monticello. Looking second to last.
There's a tune from yesteryear. Holy cow. Back in my day. Here comes Doug Martins on the Nurse Cutter Mafia, a tractor that has all the capability in the world, the 4320 John Deere. That's a cluster only been built for 2 years, 1971 and 1972. 4320. Kind of a sought after deal. I love that 4000 series. 4010s, 4020s, 3020s, that unique style that John Deere had at that time. The new generation.
Up next is Doug Martins out of Fairbank, Iowa. On the 4000 series John Deere, he calls the Manure Spreader Mafia.
Couple of wins. Good pack here at Monticello.
Looking for the green all the way around. Doug Martins, he knows how to get it there. The 4320 running strong, the 3,000 RPM tractors. Having a little fun at the great Jones County Fair. up at that 330 rate. Everybody's staged up at that corner here. That's like going in a couple of the house station. Yesterday to go to hook their light limited modified. Got to the event and it would not run. It's over a 2-hour drive and he says, we changed everything. Everything is new today? And he says, it will run. Well, we hope. It's a long way to go for a 300-foot ride.
Yes, it is. Especially when it doesn't start.
And it did not start. Oh. Colin Brownwell out of Maynard, Iowa, the 1066. Colin does a nice job with this tractor. Currently number 3, the way I see it, tied for 3rd in the points, the way it looks.
Yeah, past ECI champion in a different class.
Up next,
13,000 pounds.
Colin Brownell with IH 1066.
Step out of the class. You need to connect the boys to the points range. You have got a long way to go though.
Oh, yes.
West Liberty on Friday night and the team down there, and Saturday in DeWitt. Clinton County there.
Yep, I'll be down at DeWitt. You're going to be in West Liberty. And Nikki, you're going to be at all of them. That's exactly right. Like I said earlier, our staff, it gets to be a long season. It's, you know, you get every weekend, 8 shows in 11 days. It gets to be wearing on you.
Yeah, and then Sunday night in Iowa City.
Sunday night's Iowa City.
Monday night. Monday the 21st is Iowa City. There we go. Nikki will get us set straight here.
You bet. Nikki makes us look good. Colin Brownwell out of Maynard, Iowa. Is that Larry Lawrence up next? The mayor of Lawrenceville? I do believe.
Pick up the way here.
Mr. Monticello.
4 or 5 miles east of town.
A long drive. They call him the Southpaw. Do you know why that is?
Why is that?
Well, not only is he left-handed, did you know that he is a huge Rocky fan? Did you know that? Did you? I didn't know if you knew that. Just kind of curious, any of the fans in the stand, do you know this fella coming up next, Larry Lawrence? How many of you know him? Make a little noise. There you go. Very good.
Next, Larry Lawrence from right here in Monticello, Iowa, with the tractor he calls the Southpaw.
For the competition, the happier I am. And he's been at it a long time. I can remember when that tractor was put together. You got that mural on the side, and I thought that was really cool. What I'm not sure is how many years he's been campaigning that tractor.
Quite a while.
I gotta ask him that. I'll find that out.
Won his first point championship in this class back in 2014. Also won it in 2015, 2016, in 2017.
His head's gonna swell. Here comes the old man, Larry Lawrence, the mayor of Lawrenceville. Larry, you gotta be happy with that. He's one of your own, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for him. Yeah.
Larry won the whole thing, hometown poll last year. We'll get that done this year, and we're working on moving to fourth place. One more hope to go.
Last talk on the track for the. Actually, we have 2 hooks left. 2 hooks. The last regular hook will be an IH-966 of Mitch Zumbach.
Final tractor here in the farm class.
Yeah, he's from Concord, Iowa. The Grandma's going to be doing the driving on the smoking weed. After that hailed out of Bellevue, Iowa, oh so many years ago. I remember when this thing had a cab on it. A couple of locals went to work, turned it into a pulling tractor after this thing retired from the farm duties. And the rest has been history.
Hey, if you're watching us live, please leave a comment. Let me know where you're from.
By Mitch Zumbach. Does all the driving.
Like, comment, share, and subscribe. Moose's Tractor Pulling
It's
videos.
amazing. Mitch does a good job with this thing. Chad's been doing a little fill-in driving this year with this thing.
Had a little bit of a down year last year. He finished 8th in the championship defense.
Had a second place finish in Sigourney and a third place finish in Jessup.
We're covering a little bit here this year compared to the Yeah, watch out, driving a big jump on 966.
That's a hard one to make. A lot of times, the years of the few things that I pulled in my life, and if I was the first hook in the class, it was always a difficult decision to say, should I keep it or turn it down? A lot of times, Andy, what have you noticed over the year, and I'll guarantee it, I've seen it fail.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Ready to catch it.
I think this might be a little different situation here. I really do. I know the tractor, and I know the way the track has changed. Sometimes it's your advantage to be at the end of the class versus the start of a new track in the class. No fault of the grounds or the personnel doing the track. It's just how it is. Boy, you think back of years ago. I remember the down line we were down the line.
Last hook up
And that would be back
was your first hook who dropped his hook. This will be Tyler Wessels
dust on the track. You don't see that ever.
out of Earlville, Iowa on a 1066 International to finish off the 2-lap to farm tractor class. Our next class will be the 6,000-pound light limited modified tractors.
He says, I'm going to make this thing happen for me. The Earlville, Iowa again. The 1066. Turns down 309. Let's see how he fares out on his option for the reload. With the U.S. today, serving customers at locations in Illinois, Iowa, Indiana, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Here are your results of the 2 hockey farm class. First win of the year for Colin Broadwell from Maynard, Iowa. Distance 348.86 on the 1066. Dan Hines finishes in second. Third place is Chad Washkow driving the Mitchell Jumbo 966. Fourth place is Tyler Wessels. Definitely a good choice. Turning down through that vertical down to back and Leghorn. After winning the year in Monticello a year ago, slowing down to finishes in the 5th place.
All right, we got the boss man right here. Colin, what did it feel like tonight? Could you sense it?
Oh, it felt great.
Track conditions were great here. You know, when you hit the super 250 mark, you were thinking about that time when you were speeding at that time.
I just wanted to deal.
I'll tell you, it feels good to have a win here at the Great Jones County Fair. Looking forward to seeing you again. How many years have you been campaigning this track for us?
Well, we ran the honor stock division for probably 5 years at ECI, and then jumped to 2 hot last year, and now we're here this year. Great group of people, and thanks for everyone for having us.
Well, very well said, Colin. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. He won it at the Jones County Fair. Colin Brownwell, thank you very much.
First win for Colin since the Muscatine County Fair in North Liberty a year ago. So it's basically been 360 calendar days since he was in the top trophy. On we go to the light limited modified class. There are 2 fair mentions in the class. Basically patterned after the Outlaw light limited modified. There's several different motor combinations that can be run in this class. The 2 tractors that are with us here tonight are both automotive engines. 650 cubic inch bullet style with a 1471 blower. That's what you see. You get a Chevy and a big block Chevy. They'll be pulling tonight. There are other combinations that are allowed here. In fact, you can run diesel engines if you want to, up to 900 cubic inches there. You can run a turbine, 1 or 2 of them, depending on the model. Run an Allison. Put supercharger limits on it, depending on carburetors. Run a Merlin or a Packard. Couple automotive engines that are naturally aspirated up to 1,500 cubic inches.
Up next are 6,000-pound light limited modified tractors.
So again, there's some different
There are 2 entries in this class.
all designed to keep the modified competition fair and affordable. Keep Black Hemi, it sounds like one of those coming on the track.
And it is definitely a huge Black Hemi. If you got young ones in the stand and a little bit sensitive to noise, you better protect your ears in this deal. I watched this thing make a pass. I believe we were in Jessup. No, it was actually in Manchester. We've seen him in Davenport. We've seen him in Central City. Taking a look back, it would have been in Manchester. He actually won it all there and won it all in Davenport, Iowa. This thing will roar. The Keith Black engine staged and ready to go. Light limited modified. Here we go. We're looking down at John down here, and I think John says it's going to be a thumbs up. We'll assume that it is. It's okay.
371, if you turn down 371, you might need your heading, David.
TNT. Xander Wiedemeyer out of Waverly, Iowa. The father-son team here tonight. I talked to Xander just a little while ago, and he said, made a 2-hour drive, went and hooked this thing up, and we got to where we wanted to go, and it would not run. Lieutenant Dan says, we changed everything on the ignition. It's new. Xander's going to get a ride in this thing. I can't remember the last hook I was at with this. I think it was Davenport, Iowa. We had a connecting rod hanging out of the block of this machine.
That gave you rather interesting, right?
Oh, I worked with this company. They're in our hometown hook in Brownsville, Iowa. Lieutenant Dan runs the vault sled. He does a very good job with the vault. He can campaign that thing in northern Iowa and into Minnesota. Here's the father and son team who's out on the track right now. Anxious to get this thing a strong pass on the track.
It's running. That's step number 1.
Yes, it is running. That's a sigh of relief on their point. Tighten up the tires a little bit the way it looks to me with the track conditions as tight as they are. The higher the air pressure, the higher the RPM. That's an old opinion of mine. I'd like to see this class grow a little bit. I find it quite interesting, and I look for it. Like I said, the last event we were at, we had about 5 of them, didn't we? It was nice. They did a nice job, put on a good show for us.
Repositioning himself a little bit, get a little more more square with the sled.
And we don't want to sit there and run too long. You're back there.
.38, by the way, the distance there for Camden. Few fluids on the track that will have to get cleaned up here.
Pushed a little fluid on the ground here. We'll get this cleaned up. Our tech crew out there taking care of the handiwork. Get this picked up, cleaned up, and away we go.
Results is 4 in the lightweight and 5 class. Keith Blackhammer and Dave Christensen from Hampton comes out victorious to 371 and Sanders there. 297.38. On we go to the 360 hot stocks class. Eight entries in the class, so a full class here tonight. 360s and 299ers. No interference.
7,700-pound, 360 cubic inch hot stock tractors up next. We're going to run 18.4, 38 tires, 360 cubic inch with a 2.4 inch turbo, a 3,500 RPM limit. Up first, Oxford, Iowa, Nick Shirley with the Redneck Rescue Farm All.
You know, I find that very interesting that Benny Moe is a really sharp tractor. Victoria Kirby going to be doing the driving out of Alberta, Iowa. I think he's 600, actually.
There's two of them.
Yeah, there's two of them. James McCormick.
Yep.
The 12-mile Mini and the K600 driven by Victoria Kirby. I like to see that. Nick Shirley, he's been with the Redneck Rescue for a long time. Only 360 cubic inch. Watch this.
Marking there, 298.69. Wyoming,
I like the way the sled is set. I'm curious, and I figured he would do it. Thank you, John. We got you. He turned her down. I knew that was going to happen. Nick knew better. He says, I'll just regear this thing. And he does have a good year to select. Ain't afraid of taking that 360 and regrouping. A lot of these 360s are powered by a 5.9 Cummins.
He'll head back down the track, cooling off. Later on.
And he'll get away with the two. Victoria Kirby, you know this tractor, Common.
I do. First year for this tractor. They recognize the last name, Husband Dan, who got that champion 4.1 limited chrome my girlfriend Alice tractor. Which I see that motor is going back together as we speak, so we may see him. Maybe it was Liberty, if not, probably DeWitt or Iowa.
Could take a little midnight oil, you're saying, to get that thing going?
Apparently.
The detail on this next tractor is something unbelievable. If you get a chance to ever see it, the pit, the K600, the Kirby family.
Next up,
Generated this thing.
the newest addition to this class, Dan Kirby with the Doughboy K600. This is not a diesel. This is running on gasoline. It is naturally aspirated.
By the way, on social media,
Last year at the Banquet, ECIPA decided to allow naturally aspirated tractors to compete with these guys.
Friday night, here in a couple of weeks. 4 free passes. To qualify, all you have to do is like
And
or comment who you'd like to take with you.
Dan's wife Victoria will be
Post
driving
on their
tonight.
Facebook page, Amanda, Colleen, Bakery, and Chris. And you could be watching Springville on them, which is pretty neat. If you haven't had a chance, by the way, to see the Lynn County Fair recap show, and you haven't because it hasn't aired yet, that'll air on Friday night. There's a feature on the tractor and the driver, and getting to see the logo of the Doughboy up close is really, really neat. So be watching your VDA on schedule, mp22.net, or .net is where you can find it online. Unfortunately, the tractor pull on the county fair got rained out, so no tractor pull feature, but we were able to incorporate the discussion into the overall highlight show from the Lynn County Fair in Central City, so be watching for that. Sometime when you're bored and looking for something to watch, Quality TV, including feature on Victoria. In fact, that pull in Central City, she was one of 5 drivers that managed to make it down the track before we got rained out. It was the first time that she had ever driven a pulling tractor. Did pretty good. Jessup was the second time, and this will be the third. Will be the first official on Victoria Kirby on the Doughboy tractor.
Well, how about it, ladies? Get your hands together. Victoria Kirby. I don't care who you are. It's all right. They're learning on this machine, and they're going to be dialing in until they get it the way they want it.
4.52 from Victoria. A new rule change has been mentioned this year that allows the alcohol burners in the 360 class.
I get a kick out of some of the sayings, some of what the creativity of these folks that work so many tireless hours to make their tractor really cool.
That logo, though, is so well done. You almost have to see it up close because it's got frosting on the letters. If you see it up close and it's dripping down like it would on Cinnamon Roll or some other
It truly is. I mean, if you get a chance to ever go in the pit area and this family's in the house, take a look at that thing and talk to some of these guys. If you're ever allowed to go to a hook and you're able to go in the pit area. A lot of nice people.
That one you can see up close and personal on media down here coming up. We got that on camera. Look up there.
You bet. And then we got the old guy front and center. He's studying that track, trying to figure it out for the 9,500 hot farm division. There's a couple of different ideas going on. 466 limited pro. Elmer's up here studying that track out. You better believe it. He says, which is the best way? And he says, I'll never know until I back up to his sled. 466s are before the hot farms. I was just looking at our lineup here, so.
Looking forward to that class, one of the most entertaining classes that's sanctioned by the Central Iowa Pullers.
And then here comes our high voltage tractor.
Painter up next to high
Cool looking
voltage.
scene right here, I'll tell you.
John Deere 720.
It was not painted. Painter up doing the driving tonight. Peyton and Rusty, a father and son team out of Center Junction, Iowa, with the 720 John Deere. You'll never see a 720 ever run like this.
Finished fifth here in Monticello, it looks like a year ago. Still looking for their first win this year. Best finish is actually on Saturday night in Wyoming of second place.
I said this at one of our other shows. My grandfather and my dad were sitting together at a table, and my grandfather says, you'll never see the day that John Deere will go above 2 cylinders. And that was at the time the 560 Farmall was introduced. And some of the 450s are out there, and he says, you'll never see it where John Deere will be over 2 cylinders. Oh my. Here comes high voltage. We're having some fun here with the 360s. James McCormick out of Strawberry Point. Here we go with that mini mo. I'm just double checking myself. 12-mile mini. Minneapolis Moly. Has this thing, I gotta look here. Yes, it has. It's been out a couple times. It was at Wyoming, Iowa, and Synchrony. I personally have not seen this tractor run yet.
I have. It's got, if you look at it, it's got an exhaust pipe for every cylinder.
Look at that. That'll sound nice. Oh, these guys are a lot of fun down in the pit area here. I'll tell you what.
By the way, 9,500 hot farm tractors in the pits. You can head to the scales, please. 9,500 hot farm tractors head to the scales.
Looking at our 466 limited pros, they're staged and ready to go. I'll tell you what, this is a state-of-the-art facility here, easy access into the pit area, you gotta love it.
No question. Second alcohol for last one, James McCormick on
I just got a new set of glasses too, Andy. And I still can't read.
Are they clean?
Well, the best I could do, or my wife could do. I'm just helpless, Nikki. Helpless.
I don't know, it's Sunday afternoon after cooking at Wyoming, I wiped mine off and there was about 3 inches of grease from the grill on. So it's amazing, all of a sudden I had sunglasses when they did that.
Oh, that happened. Justin Borwald. I'll tell you,
Just rolled up next on the rough and ready.
Three in the points race right now in Washington, Iowa. Last night, he won it all. Had a second place finish in Jessup. Looks to be a third place finish in Sigourney. The rough and ready tractor ready to back up to the X Factor. What a beautiful evening. I'll tell you what, folks, we're having a nice time here. What a wonderful night. The free night to get into the Jones County Fair and have a little fun. A blast from the past on the tunes. Mr. Borwald, the Scottsdale kid.
3:12.05, and it is to be for Justin. Finished third here in Monticello a year ago. This thing hit the Super 250 mark, and the front wheels were carrying just perfect, and Max sent her out the gate doing 98 miles an hour. He finished up with a couple of Jessup and a second place finish, and a second place in Sigourney, and at Wyoming, he won. He did. Was he doing 106 there? Not quite.
Not quite. From what I've told, you had a very good turnout of tractors at the Wyoming Fair.
Next up is Max Roop out of Eddyville, Iowa on the Buzzard Lake John Deere 4010.
Going back to where it's about 5 or 4 minutes Thursday night, Friday night. Work done by the tractor. Fantastic. To be able to have full. And have the kind of track that we did. Mike Hall won the light limited class.
Oh yeah.
And he hit 32 miles an hour.
Oh,
which that class is anything above 30 miles an hour for any class is really good.
That's moving.
It's that's 360 feet. It's only about 3 feet from the sand pile at the end of the track.
That's quite a deal. This guy here, Max, he does a very good job of driving. I'm anxious to see him send it down the line. Remember, folks, these are only 360 cubic inch. These are the 700 to 900 horsepower tractors, and that is what you get. They're doing a very good job running that 25 mile an hour, dragging a house behind you. How's your night going, Emily? Thumbs up all the way around. Our secretary and treasurer, I can't say enough great about them. These folks work all tirelessly all year long. Our marketing director, Mr. Seek, is with us down here. All right, Max, the track is yours, buddy. 360 cubic inch of green right now. Give it up for him, Green fan. He's a hell of a nice guy. Give a little round of applause for Mr. Max on the buzzer stage.
Three tractors left to pull, and the 360 has that. Reigning champion.
I see you're Ron Hutchinson. I don't know if Gary will take a win home tonight or not. This track is very good tonight, and I think anybody can win on this track.
East Central Iowa Pullers Association been working together. Think about it. That's a long time, all the way back in 1995. Getting this thing geared.
Next up would be Andrew Vorwald, Scotch Grove, Iowa, on a Farmall 560.
Mr. Vorwald, this 560, one of the toughest 560 you'll ever see in the country right here. He's from Wyoming, Iowa. He is currently in the lead with the points. Last year he was the points champion, if I'm not mistaken. He's been in the championship circle many, many times. He finished in number 2 position in Davenport, Iowa. He won it all in Jessup. He won it all in Sigourney. He come in number 2 position at the Wyoming Fairgrounds, and in Washington finished out in 3rd position. This 560 runs hard. He's a past point champion and knows how to cover the real estate in a hurry. I'll be curious to see if this thing runs out of power. He's watching these guys. We'll see what his gear selection is, but he knows he needs the speed to cover the real estate. Here we go with the former points champion, Mr. Andrew Vorwald.
Once again, attention in the pits. They come by 100-pound hot farm that had the scales and plenty of room for staging. Hot farm tractors to the scales, please. Yeah, you look at the address here there. Members of this class, Nick Shirley, Austin Johnson, and Jones County. Baker up there, Junction, Jones County. Justin Vorwald, Scotch Grove, Jones County. Andrew Vorwald, Wyoming, Jones County. Jones County class.
It is the Jones County class. Back in the day, that old 806,
Next up will be Steve Kiersgaard. On IH 806, he calls the Powell Boys Cadillac.
I actually have one of them 301 gas engines with a 460, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I do.
How's it run?
It does run good after I had to take the cylinder head off, repair the head gasket that was blown out. And then when you also overpower a little 460 with everything factored in it, you'll ruin the clutch and the torque. What I thought was cheap turned out expensive. Nick Shirley pumped back around. He was going to bring that redneck rescue. He was the first puller in the class and said, hey, I got the option. What's the real estate that's got to beat right now, Andy? Who's in the lead?
Trying to beat 345 and a one from Max Root. Hold on to that.
Here comes our last hook. Our first hook we dropped this hook is Nick Shirley, Redneck Rescue. He calls the Farm Wall at Oxford, Iowa. Last hook on our hot stock tractors. Our next class is our 8,500 pound limited pro stock tractors.
Final hook here in the 360 hot stock class. 25 back through. Third win of the season. Probably kicked over the points lead too. Hangs on. Nick Shirley, though, the last guy to have a day about another redneck rescue. You bet, ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing down here with this group, and I'll tell you what, Max, the Bucket Big Tractor sure does an impressive job. You've had a fun year. At one point down the line, you could feel it.
Really good crowd here tonight
What were you thinking?
in Monticello. The Great Jones County Fair at the East Central Iowa Pullers Association. We're halfway through the show.
How long have you been campaigning this tractor?
Next up is our 8,500 pound limited pro stock tractors.
You got any sponsor that anybody want to give a shout out to? Well, there you go. He's been working with me on the 360 engine.
They will be followed by our 9,500 pound hot farm tractors, then 6,200 pound super modified tool drive trucks, and end the night off with the 9,500 pound 4.1 limited pro stock tractors.
Right here, ladies and gentlemen, this man right here did a wonderful job at the Jones County Fair. Give him a round of applause.
Make sure you like and follow Moose Tractor Pulling videos on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, as well as the East Central Iowa Puller Association and Champion Seed on Facebook. Follow Bidster's Repair Shop on YouTube and Facebook. Tune in tomorrow night. I will be live in Peoria, Illinois with the Illini State Pullers, Wednesday and Thursday night. And if you can make that one, Monticello will be having another pull tomorrow night. Here with the Badger State Tractor Pullers, co-sanctioned with the Champion Seed Western Series. Tomorrow night they will have 9,500 pound hot farm tractors, 9,500 pound 4.1 limited pro stock tractors, 8,500 pound light pro stock tractors, 6,200 pound super modified tool drive trucks, and 10,000 pound pro stock tractors. First up, an 8,500 pound limited pro stock tractor class.
He does a nice job with that thing. He's a very good driver, and in only 3 years in the driver's seat, doing pretty well.
It'll be Kyle Sullivan out of Manchester, Iowa on the silent partner unknown to say
There are 7 entries.
7 entries in this class
One
tonight.
of the most entertaining classes that ECI sanctions. Any one of these guys have a chance to win each and every night out, and generally do. As you might imagine, 470 cubic inch limit, a single smooth bore 3x4 turbo. You will not hear a rev limiter. They have all kinds of RPMs. 6,7,000, 24,532, 20.838, or 18,442, 16 to 1,700 horsepower. These 466s coming down the track, most of them running the big tires, as you might imagine. 2021 champion in this class is our first up tonight. Sits third in the points so far this year. 3 flags out for Kyle Sullivan from Manchester, driving silent partner unknown. Not quite what Kyle had in mind there, I'm not sure. So every driver has at least 2 chances to go at least 100 feet. I'm not sure he got that shut down before 100 feet, but he's hoping to test the goal, so don't turn that down.
We're going to see what our tech officials say out there. I don't know that he's going to want to be right back to back. We'll see what they say. This tractor is brought to you by DJ Repair in Manchester, Iowa. On 24-hour towing. DJ Repair 24-hour towing is a family-owned and operated business in Manchester, Iowa, serving the area since 1988. The goal is to satisfy the customer's needs, big or small, in a timely manner. Our knowledgeable mechanics have many years of experience and go above and beyond to help their customers. They offer 24-hour towing, complete auto repair, body work, welding, and light truck work. They pride themselves in being honest and reliable. Go to djrepairandtowing.com. And that's going to bring up Mr. Chris Piper out of Harper, Iowa, another darn deer. He used to very
So
serious
Chris Piper will be driving another darn deer tonight.
Mr. Piper.
Normally Perry Syrian is the driver.
He still builds a lot of stuff. But Piper used to run that silver tractor. You remember that thing?
Yeah, the iron horse tractor, maybe?
No, not the iron horse.
Mule skidder.
Mule skidder.
Yep.
There you go. You better believe it. Nice looking ride. I would love to see Piper get that tractor back out again.
Another darn deer tractor currently sits fourth in the points this year. It hasn't won, come close. Manchester finished second, third in Washington last night. Finished eighth in the points last year and
Running fourth right now.
yeah, having a good year. No official distance, so this will be it. Get underway the 466 limited third class Chris Piper. Harper, Iowa.
Glad to see him back in the seat.
Other than the water they dump straight in the cylinder.
Well, there is that. The man with the plan, Elmer Van Donsler, Rose Hill, Iowa, the MX, the mighty MX. Elmer, currently number 2 in the points. He's got 2 wins back to back. One in Washington. I should say it was in 2 there.
Yeah, one in Manchester looks like he finished fifth in Washington the other night. Good deal. Got his first win of the year. Finished second in the points last year. This is another one of those point races that came down to the points championship at Rockwell, separated by 12 between the top 2 and 14 between the top 3. Kyle Sullivan.
Next up on the Mighty KSMX is Elmer Van Donsler.
One position somewhere. Wow. Throughout the season.
I was visiting with Elmer just a little bit up here a little while ago, and he says, you know, he says, I sit here and I study the track, and he says, I changed my mind until I back up to the sled, and I'm still changing my mind once the chain's tight away I go. So about now, he's done changing his mind. One of the older guys in the group, and I tell you, Elmer can gear and steer this thing down the line, and he can get the winner's circle at any given time. Number 2 in the points, Elmer Van Donsler, Rose Hill, Iowa. Carruthers out of Aldernet, Iowa, the colorblind tractor.
By the way, tonight's poll is being live streamed. Moose's tractor pulling video. Where you look. So if anybody wants to look at their poll or whatever, why don't you down there at the end of the track and stop on by. If you've got friends that weren't able to make it tonight, you can certainly message them. Tell them Moose's tractor pulling videos will give them a live look at what's happening. The first of 2 nights of fantastic high horsepower fun here at the Great Jones County Fair.
Thank you to our friends from Profab Machine out of Baldwin, Wisconsin. It emerged in 1987 with the goal of offering a cost-effective production line of high-quality standards for four-wheel drive bullet trucks. The system currently includes full-stock post-office super tractors as well as wheel drive and modified pulling vehicles. From the product materials to the heat treating process, quality and satisfaction are their #1 priority. Profab Machine out of
Robbie
Baldwin,
Carruthers up
Wisconsin.
next on the colorblind IH1066.
Thanks to our friends at Avon Dyno Service and Engine Dyno Service for all your tuning and testing needs on all types of diesel engines. They offer the best and most accurate testing on all engines ranging from 100 horsepower all the way up to 3,000. We provide quick and easy hookups, state-of-the-art testing. They want to know exactly how your engine is performing. Full range of performance parts, billet connecting rods, cylinder heads for all classes. They billet cams, billet cranks, custom headers and intakes for all applications.
Sorry that some people aren't so bright, you know, trying to do a live stream here.
Give them a call, Avon Dyno Service.
Well, we continue here on the Limited Pro class, 466 Limited Pro class.
The colorblind tractor. Wonder why they call that colorblind.
This will be the halfway point of the class. The tractor that finished 9th place a year ago in the points had a little bit better season this year, currently sits 6th. Robbie Carruthers trying to beat 3:54 and 9.
Elmer still holds on to the lead. The saying is on the colorblind tractor, these guys pull with the red. But they farm with the what? With the green tractor better. I find that interesting. We're gonna do both. Well, you can do
Yeah, I did. I tried, Ron. Like I said, it's almost as if I was here first and they saw me the whole night, but then decided right when I was their tractor up to stand right in front of me.
J&J Elite Motorsports. Jay and Jared, they run the Equalizer Motorsports Sled, the Equalizer Championship pulling sled based on Lawler, Iowa. Thank you for being one of our premier sponsors here today. Sharp looking 1456 making its way back as far as all night long. Very popular old workhorse back in the day. Sherman's out of Monticello and Dyersville. Thank you very much. Thanks for the tractor here tonight. Carson Mangelson bringing his tractor out onto the track in old 1066. Was severely damaged many years ago. And a man by by the name of Larry Peterson picked this thing up. Made its first hook ever at the Bellevue Horseman's Club. The guy didn't even know what she weighed. The tractor at that time was called the old Black Magic. Many, many years ago. It's been on the campaign trail since 1980.
Really, since third in the points. Best finish is actually fourth place finishes. So it's been consistent points-wise. That's what it takes.
Up next, Carson Mangelson out of Charlotte, Iowa, the Turn Me Loose.
24 out of first. So this points race is going to shaping up to be really entertaining. Finished fourth in the points a year ago.
I see you out that way if you're going to Manchester.
And 354 Elmer Van Dyke our points lead out there. So a big job for Carson Mangelson. Charlotte, Iowa is where he calls home. Green flag for the Turn Me Loose tractor.
Father and son team. Dad used to run this thing. Chris Mangelson ran this thing for many, many years. Carson jumped into the steering wheel and says, "Turn me loose, Dad, turn me loose." That's very impressive for that tractor. I can tell you that. Holy cow. But if everybody that knows the and we know the tractor that's coming up next. Gary Bontrager out of Cologne, Iowa. I believe he had a win last night, didn't he? Sure he did. In Washington. He had a win in Jessup, Iowa. Second place finish in Davenport, Iowa. I do believe he won Cloverdale, Illinois during the winter.
Also hosts a podcast that you've been on.
Yeah, I did. I actually did a podcast with him, and he called. We sat down in my shop, and I'll tell you what, it was very interesting, Andy. It's something I've obviously never done before, you know. They just wanted to talk a little bit about the history of where tractor pulling has been, and not that I'm the oldest dog in the hunt, but we just had a general conversation about the pulling world and where we think it's going. And quite a nice man to visit with. Gary does a very good job of this tractor. A very good podcast. Prides himself on that deal, and he should. He's very good at what he does. Now, this tractor is a heavy hitter. It's a 2024 points champion.
Yeah, it was. In his first year of tractor pulling, he won the championship. And he leads the points in his second year. That's close. It was close last year, too. Basically came down to Rockwell. And looks like it made this season as well.
If you follow this man on Facebook, he promotes every event that we have. He does a nice job with this piece, and when Gary and I were talking,
Gary Bontrager up next from Kelowna, Iowa on the Breaking Barriers 1066.
And he says, you know, I'm very fortunate for first year out being a rookie and being able to get the points championship. But he says, these guys, you got to be on your toes. Very, very, very tough class right here. Here we go, the Kelowna, Iowa kid, Mr. Gary Bontrager. studying that deal. Having good gear selection, knowing where to hit the right spot on the track, that's the key to the success of this class.
And that brings us down to the final. 466 Limited Pro, 9,500 pound hot farm 5%.
Looks to be a pretty good slew of tractors in there. Looks like about 11 tractors going to be in our 9,500 hot farm. Super modified two-wheel drive trucks. And we got a nice bunch of 4-1 Limited Pro stock tractors. Giving you a nice bang for the buck here tonight on the free night of the Jones County Fair. East Central Iowa Pullers Association celebrating 30 years. Very happy to be here.
And our last hook coming up is our drop hook. Kyle Sullivan out of Manchester, Iowa with the silent partner unknown, Case IH. Trying to beat, I think, a 362 put on just now by Gary Bontrager. The Breaking Barriers.
All the staff at your Jones County Fair doing a terrific job here. Very good host.
Well, he hasn't won yet this season. We'll see if this pass goes a little bit better than the first one. Best finish for this tractor is a third place finish in Manchester. On Saturday night, Gary Bontrager just took the lead at 362.47. Final 466 Limited Pro. Kyle Sullivan from Manchester on his silent partner unknown. Third win of the year for Gary Bontrager on the Breaking Barriers in 66. Including his second win in as many nights. 2 for 2. Second place, Elmer and Oslar out of Rose Hill. Third place, Carson Mangelson. Jeremy Lewis, so his best finish of the year. Kyle Sullivan finishes in 4th, tying his best finish of the year. Robbie's brother is in 5th place on the colorblind track. 9,500 pound hot farm goes next. 11 tractors in the class. This one is entertaining as well.
I'll finish up our 85 Limited Pro class. Next up is 9,500 pound, 3,000 RPM hot farm tractors. We have 11 entries in this class. 3,000 RPM limit. They are allowed an intercooler. 20.8 by 38 inch tires. Full safety gear, roll cage, sway bars, tie bars, clutch blanket, all that good stuff.
As I mentioned, 9,500 pound class up next.
Good try. So is he like... So that's how you know I guess I got to work.
9,500 pound hot farm tractors. Limited to 466 cubic inches with an intercooler. 640 cubic inches without one.
Tanner Burke filled up first in the wild child.
In the class without an intercooler. This is not that tractor. 20.8, 38 tires max size. Any cut. Single 3x3 slotted turbo. And you will hear the revolutions at 3,000 RPM. Mention 9 in class. First one is the Wild Child tractor. Makes excited. Driven tonight by Tanner Burke, filled out afterwards. Our test 4. Tractor we don't get to see very often.
All right, going to turn that hook down. Where's our footage at? I'm taking a look at 302 and change. I'm sure the sled will be happy there.
Most likely. He's going to try that again.
Matt Neiman out of Masonville, the bad marker. 1066 going to be making its way up the line, and then we got Levi Dazzle, Mark Sternberg, Denny Wakeman, Mike Maker, Riley Sear, Tim Borwald, Mr. Steffen, Brian Steffen's in the house, Denny Hinshaw, Kurt Bockenstead. Fierce lineup of hot contractors here, weighed in at 9,500 pounds.
Matt Neiman up next on the Bad Binders.
Bad Binder tractor here. Continues to make some progress. Finished fourth the other night. Last night actually in Washington. Gets it tuned in a little bit more. It'll be the first official look at the hot farm class. Matt Neiman on the 1066 out of Masonville, Iowa. There you go. 3:22.7.
These guys done a terrific job representing us, but I just heard a story, and you ain't gonna believe it. The stalks are 2 inches in diameter right now. Last year's corn crop, 268 bushels the acre. It's even better this year. The rabbits cannot run through the cornfield. The stalks are so big and the corn's gonna be cut. Now, I had to jump up on the curb there a little bit, Andy. I don't know about this one. Champion seed is great, but I don't know. Yeah, you gotta go to the end roads if you're a rabbit hunter. I tell you what, Larry. I don't believe it. Oh, I don't believe it. No, thank you, Champion seed. Well, I'll tell you what, this is great. We got a beautiful trailer. They've been terrific with us.
I got it.
All right, so here's where we are. After Wild Child Tractor, they reweighted the skid a little bit. So we're waiting on Matt Newman here to decide as the test puller if he wants to keep that 322.79 hook.
So in other words, you're telling me Levi Dawson will be the first official?
He might be. Scattered parts up next.
The father-son team. It looks like, yes, he's making his way out onto the track here. Kirk Goslin along with Levi, these guys ran this tractor a year ago in the 4-1 limited pros. It would be up in Toma, Wisconsin. They tried taking the crankshaft and dropping it completely onto the ground. After that episode in Toma, they decided, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go back to the 9500 hot farm. This was a 4-1 limited pro. These guys were 9,500 hot farm before the 4-1 series. This tractor's been
Next up will be Levi Doslin, Monmouth, Iowa, on the Scattered Parts Reloaded. It was a 4-1. They had a pretty major accident in Toma, Wisconsin in 2024. And so while they're waiting on the parts for that engine, they decided to put their small tires on. They're going to go play with the hot farms.
Yeah, in this class.
That's exactly what they're doing right now. Scattered Parts Reloaded.
Moved to the limited pro class for about a season and a half. Now have returned in what is developing to be a very tight points race here as well. All right, Matt Neiman has decided he's going to keep that 322.79, so we are officially underway. The guy with 30.5 miles an hour looks pretty good. Levi doing the driving tonight from Monmouth, Iowa. Scattered Parts Reloaded.
with East Central Iowa in many, many years. And these guys do a very good job. The scattered parts reloaded. Mark Sternberg out of Auburn, Iowa, the Yellow Obsession. It is a mini mow tractor, a very correct mini mow. Nice group. 9,500 hot farm tractors here today.
Next out of Mount Auburn, Iowa, will be Marv Sternberg with the Yellow Obsession Mini Moline.
You can find all your favorite East Central Iowa Pullers Association merchandise. Look at the tape on here, too. Cool. Nice sweatshirt as well. Birthday presents and early Christmas gifts.
You bet. I talked about Champion Seed a little while ago, and I'm going to talk about them again. We can't thank them enough. All the best traits you can find in corn and soybeans, and most importantly, their people. It's the way we champion agronomy, matching seed traits soil right down to the county level. We select the best genetics from the top breeding programs, matching unique traits to your field. You need to maximize yield and protect against pests and diseases. So what goes into Champion Seed? All the best traits. Because we only champion the best. Visit plantchampion.com.
All right, there is the representative of Champion Seed, who is the presenting sponsor, the title sponsor of the Central Iowa Pullers Association.
Close all season long. Lee's first ECI win in this class. Never quite got it done this year. Sits down 8th in the points after finishing exactly in that spot last year. A couple of 4th place finishes so far this season.
Check this mini mow out. You'll see the weights are correct to the tractor, and I mean it's a well-done machine. Mark Sternberg. Reached a pretty high gear there, and it did not like it. And Mark knew it right off the bat. He's thinking, holy cow, we're taking horsepower here. It's a little sticky. These guys are bringing them to their knees.
Marv is the past ECI champion in the 11,500-pound pro farm class all the way back to 2005.
20 years ago. He's been at it quite a long time.
Obviously stepped up in the farm class.
I talked to some of our track personnel in the back. Back there, one guy sitting on a pull-off tractor, and he says, "What do you guys think of the track so far?" And I said, "It's absolutely perfect. You guys are getting this thing nailed where we got a nice tight track. It's taking some horsepower, and that's what we like to see. You guys taking a chance, stretching it out there to get the speed. Speed moves you. You better have the power to back it." Demonstration out of Edgewood, Iowa, the Renegade Holly. Sitting about halfway down the rank in the points. Nice looking Oliver, 1855 strong. Here you go, Oliver fans.
Doug Wegman, Edgewood, Iowa, the Renegade Oliver, 1755.
Renegade Alley 6-6 in the points here. Exactly where he finished last year. At the end of the point. And that's Monticello. And this is the 1640 in the class.
Brian Searing up next. On his John Deere, he calls the Total Recall. This is the only 640 cubic inch tractor in the class. All the other tractors are 466 with intercooler. Since he is 640, he cannot run an intercooler. But it is a beast. This thing runs very, very well.
A year ago, despite that third place finish. There's one here myself with this tractor. We're cut out for it though. 354.86. Levi Dodson has the leadership flag set out there. White away. Total Recall tractor is next. Riley Searing from Washington. Renegade Alley sits 6th in the points here. Exactly where he finished last year in the points. That's the Monticello.
In the right spot in the track, and I guarantee if he finds it here tonight, these are the tracks that Tim likes.
Next up is Tim Borwald of Scotch Grove, Iowa, on a Farmall 450 calls the Barnyard Buick.
He'll get the real estate covered. Watch this thing campaign for a number of years. Tim, the president of the club, does an excellent job.
.97 rounds here in the lead. Tim Borwald looking for his first win of the year here. Jones County resident as well. President of East Central Iowa Pullers does a ton of work to promote and advocate for the sport that we all enjoy. The Barnyard Buick is on the track. Green flag is out.
Ladies and gentlemen, about the winner of the 466 class of 466 Limited Pro, Mr. Gary Bontrager's with us right now. Gary, I'll tell you what, when you're sitting at the starting line, you have to be thinking, Elmer's got a hell of a pass laid out there. What was going through your mind when you're sitting at the starting line?
Just to make a clean, smooth run and not screw it up.
Well, I've seen a few different passes that you had this year. One night you had a little bit of bounce on action going on. Last night in Washington, you took the win there. But you know, when you feel it, when do you really feel it like you think, I got this thing sailing home? What part of the track do you notice that at the most?
Tonight, probably within the first 50 feet, I could feel the tractor just sit down on the track. And when I know I'm hooked well like that and it stays through, we're going to be in good shape.
Well, I'll tell you what. You were a rookie last year. You're showing your professionalism all this year as well. Congratulations to you, Gary. Many more. Good luck to you this year.
I just want to thank ECI, Champion Seed, and all the sponsors that make this happen. We sure couldn't do it without them. We appreciate it.
Next up out of Zwingli, Iowa, on an IH766 is Brian Steffen.
Gary Bontrager with the win.
Defending ECI points champion in this class is up next as we resume action in the 9,500-pound hot farm class.
Brian Steffen backed up, geared and steered in this thing. Meyer Performance taking care of the horsepower here. The Zwingli, Iowa kid, a little 766, and he does very well with this little tractor.
Yeah, he does. Send our thoughts out to Brian and his family. He had some damage from the storm on Friday night. there in the Swingle area. Of course, you can see a little bit of damage here. A couple of trees back on the golf course as well. It's 85+-mile-an-hour winds came flying through. Brian won a couple points championships back in the mid-20 teens. Sweep one out last year for his third trophy. Currently, though, he's having trouble defending it, sitting second in the points, and another guy who is looking for his first win of the year. Last year by the Monticello poll, he had a couple of wins and a couple of second place finishes. Finished third here a year ago. Hasn't worked out quite that way this season.
If you are just joining us, we are here live in Monticello, Iowa, the Great Jones County Fair with the East Central Iowa Polars Association presented by Champion Seed. We're down to our last three classes of the night. We were running 9,500 pound, 3,000 RPM hot farm tractors. After this, we'll have our 6,200 pound super modified two-wheel drive trucks to end the night off with our 9,500 pound 4.1 limited pro stock tractors. We have Dennis Hinshaw out of Richland, Iowa, up next to the Aggravator 1066 International.
All right, we're taking a look. We got it geared and steered here. Should be Denny Hinshaw, the Aggravator, and it is out of Richland, Iowa. Another 1066 in the house. Got the greens all the way around.
Did not see this. Let's see. Let me take that back. So this tractor sporadically last year. Finished fourth place, it looks like, here in Monticello a season ago.
Denny was down in Davenport with us and last night in Washington. Had a fifth place finish last night.
Okay, he's been on a bit of a roll. Lots of blade on the track now.
Last up here will be Kurt Bockenstead, Edgewood, Iowa. 1066 International calls Andy Pandy, sweet as candy.
One here in Monticello a year ago.
Some modified tool dry trucks will be the next class up.
Repeated back-to-back champions here tonight, Bear.
Yeah, that's right. And I'll tell you what, Kurt Bockenstead, he names his tractor Andy Pandy, sweet as candy, and he names it after his little girl. You know, he told me a long time, he says, well, it's not a real macho name, but it's obviously named after his daughter, who he lost 19 years ago today. So that's quite a deal. A father's love for his little girls, well, I know about it firsthand. But I'll guarantee you one thing, this man here, he's out for the win tonight, and if he can get her pulled off. Kurt Bockenstead, Mr. Edgewood, backed up to the sled. He's been campaigning this thing for quite a while, and I'll tell you what, Kurt does a nice job with this thing. The Edgewood, Iowa kid, Andy Pandy, sweet as candy, Mr. Kurt Bockenstead.
So his two-pole in a row winning streak will come to an end. He will not repeat as past champion here in Monticello.
I just talked to Mr. Vorwald in the background, and he says, boy, he says, it's about time. He says, man, I've had a tough year. Made a couple changes to his tractor, and he says, you know, it was the right move.
Yeah, I think that may have involved the turbocharger and some tires.
I'm a-thinking. Tim does a great job, and like I said, at the start of that pass, he loves the power track, and he says, we've never hooked on a tough track like this all season long. He says it's one of the best tracks we've hooked on.
Yeah, this class, because they were in Manchester on Saturday night. Wyoming was a power track on Saturday night as well.
These guys are having a good time. Hats off to all of our track personnel, those making the decision to get this thing in shape and have it ready to pull here tonight. All the volunteers, be a volunteer in your community. Without volunteers, your community will flounder. Quite a deal. We got super modified two-wheel drives coming up right shortly here, and then we got the huge horsepower, Andy.
Yeah, 2,500 plus for the 4.1 limited first stop class to round up or round out. Great night of pulling here at the Great Jones County Fair.
And doing it in a very timely fashion. You know what my passion is on pulls. I don't like them to go too long and too slow. We're running just perfect right here tonight.
I mentioned a little bit earlier, and you did too, that you're heavily involved in the Bellevue Horsemen's Club hook, and that's coming up here pretty soon as well.
It is, and it's an old foundation hook that started all the way back in 1980. And what was done there years ago, a few guys got together and decided, you know, we're going to have a tractor puller. It was a horse arena, and it still exists as a horse arena yet to this day. We've been putting on a pullers, like I said, from 1980 on, and we're going to be doing it August 1st. We offer a lot of farm classes. I call it foundation truck and tractor pulling. We ended up with over 200 hooks last year, offered a street class of semis, and we had 15 of them. It was quite amazing of how things can come together. So the rest is history. Like I said, it's foundation tractor pulling, so they eventually move up into the East Central Iowa or any other organizations. So choose. A lot of these pullers, Andy, and you know it as well as anybody, they belong to multiple organizations. They want to pull every weekend if they can. And you as well as myself, we've had the privilege of working for other organizations. Quite a bunch. Quite a lot of nice people you meet along the way, a lot of great advertisers. Do some traveling around down into Illinois, work for Backroads Pullers down there, a nice group of guys all the way down below Dixon, Illinois. Looking to get a tractor out here, Mike Maker. I think this is the deal that we're waiting on right here.
Yeah, you had trouble earlier in the class, so he dropped the last. He's the points leader in this class, by the way.
He broke his steering, I guess. Running good.
We apologize for any delays. We want to get this class completed, and then we're going to step into some super modified two-wheel drives. So, if you've ever had an event, did you ever have anything go wrong? I sure did.
We are waiting on Mike Maker with a high price honey out of Strawberry Point, Iowa. 3688 International, with painted yellow. Having a few problems back there, a few issues. It's been pulled up. We don't know if he's going to be able to make the run though.
Hopefully we can get everything geared, get this class completed. We got some super modified two-wheelers coming up, some 4-1 limited pros, so we're going to get everybody home at a good time here tonight. Nice crowd here tonight on the opening night of the Jones County Fair. It's all right.
Time limit is running. 5 minutes to get
Desperately
started up, hooked up, and go down the track.
It'd really be a shame if the points leader was unable to make the month. Mike Makar having a heck of a season so far. One in Jessup, a couple second place finishes in Manchester and Washington.
One thing about this tractor, Mike Maker's tractor, is I'll tell you what, that was the most improved tractor last year. It just, every time it was campaigned, it kept improving.
Yeah, I got to about the middle of the season or so, and they really started to get it honed in. First win was in Tipton, one in Manchester last year as well, one in Osage. A couple of second place finishes. Robert Makar.
Thank you for everybody who's tuning in tonight. Like I said, we were having a couple issues with the last tractor in this class. Super Modified Tool Drive Trucks will be up next. You'll see Alexa Wayne Timmerman, Jason Sullivan, Troy Warshkow, Tom Terrell, Lynn Stummy.
Again, middle of the pack, so really got serious about it here.
And then finish off the night with the 4-1 Limited Pros. Bryce Rickless, Steve, Mike Bosman being those in that class, and Bill Figbaum with 2 entries.
All right. here's what's going on. Mike currently is in the lead with the points. He has to technically hook to the sled, bump the chain to get to the bottom of the scale of the points. This is what we're doing. We're going to put him out onto the track. We're going to back him up, hook him to the sled. He has to power up just a little bit, bump the chain to get his points. That's what's going on. We're going to remove him from the sled after he bumps the chain, and he goes back to the pit area.
Probably will be a bump. Man! I know it ain't much, but still.
All right, here we go with the bump from Mike Mayfire. And there you go. Able to move the skid. He will take last place points. Problem in the steering sector, I guess, has done him in here this evening. He leads the points by 16. The 8 places, so he will not lead the points. Well, that depends on, I guess, how Brian Searin does, but it'll be really close whether he's still the points leader come West Liberty in the Lefty County Fair on Friday night. 8.7 feet will be his official distance.
And we will be taking a short break. Next up will be a 6,200-pound super modified two-wheel drive trucks. Stay tuned.
Gets interesting, folks. We're going to get things rolling. Just please be patient with us.
Only one more in the class here. That would be Kenner Burnsville, the Wild Child tractor, who turned down his bull, and then they reweighted his skid anyway. So he apparently is having some issues as well.
super modified guys getting pretty anxious here to get running. And I do believe the Wild Child making its way back out onto the track.
In fact, we do have one more
Yeah,
tractor
we're
here.
talking about you, the
Tanner
Wild
Bergfeld did
Child.
drop his first hook. They did read at the sled. He had some issues at the start. He did figure it out
We got Simon's back
with the Wild
out here.
Child, John Deere, and he's back up.
He actually was out on the track, turned the hook down, and then the option here to make a hook. Hopefully got everything cooled down.
302.42, by the way, was his distance to turn card.
And what's it going to take, Andy? 370? I think it's going to take 370 and change.
Well, it'll take, 370.3 to be specific.
Okay, so you got to go another 68 feet further. That's a lot of real estate.
It is a lot of real estate. Yep.
This is just a live stream. When I hit record,
Like 25 feet here so far.
this camera has that far.
Final hook in the 9,500 pound hot spawner class. Wild Child, Tanner Bergfeld on the F4 Iowa, wrap this up for us tonight. Better run than the first time around. And that. We'll put the racks in the hot dog class with results coming in just a moment. Looking for Mr. Tim. All these come up to announce Tim, you're going to do a little talking tonight. I know you're in the bitter, and I know you can hear me. Let's just go. Stepping into some super modified two-wheel drives, Andy. Tom Terrell out of Swisher. We got a nice little bunch, about 5 of these guys. Highest horsepower truck that ECI sanctions 2,500 plus. The first results in the 9,500 pound hot farm class. First win of the year. For Tim Borwald. And he was wanting it too, I'll tell you what. Yep, 370.29. He finished second here a year ago, takes the win tonight. Second place, Riley Sheeran out of the total recall tractor, so he will most likely take over the points lead in this class with Mike Makar's breakage here this season in that second place finish. Levi Doslin finishes third, that outstanding run with 354.06. Dennis Hinshaw fourth, and the 22 last year's winner, Curtis Pocket fifth on the 1066. Thank you to our friends from Eastern Iowa Septic. It's the premier choice of homeowners in need of a drain plating, pumping, or time of transfer inspection and new system installation. Give them a call if you got slow drain septic problems. We'll schedule a service today. Eastern Iowa Septic with Septic Pro. 6,200 pound super modified two-wheel drive truck class is up there. Maximum a 575 cubic inches, 1471 supercharger is the maximum allowed. Weighing 6,200 pounds, 5-inch maximum bore spacing as well. 2,500 horsepower on these machines, and they are loud, so you want to be ready for that.
All right, here comes Tim. Boy, it's got to feel good. He's got a smile on his face, and I'll tell you, he damn well deserves it. Tim, I talked to you in the pits a little bit. You made a couple changes, and I'll tell you, it all worked for you. This is the type of track you like, isn't it?
Yeah, tractor works a lot better when it actually takes horsepower. So tractor likes it. Likes to be able to lug down and go. So.
You bet. You had a lot of tough competition out there. You had to be sitting at the start line thinking, there's not a bad spot in this track at all, is there?
No, you still had to be in the right groove, or otherwise you weren't going to make it down there either. So, and switching tires was a big deal. They ain't coming back off, I'll tell you that.
We talked about that. Tim says, I was done after last night. He says, I seen what my tires were doing. He says, as soon as I got home, we switched some tires out. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the president of our club. Does a very good job promoting the sport. Tim, thank you very much. And good luck to you in the future with that set of tires.
Thanks.
All right, give him a round of applause. Tim Borwald, the president of East Central Iowa Pullers Association, taking the win here tonight.
First one of the season.
And well deserved.
Here in Monticello. And on we go to the high horsepower pickups.
Works a little better when it hooks up.
There we go.
We hear the rev of an engine. We're going to have a lot of noise here, so anyone sensitive to
All right,
noise,
that's our two-wheel drive trucks.
Turn them hard.
First up, Tom Terrell, Swisher, Iowa, the high maintenance Chevy Colorado.
I believe it's called the high maintenance, and it is. Swisher, Iowa is where he comes from. You're going to see these treads in these tires, I'll about guarantee it. They're going to flex the sidewalls very, very hard. Watch the rear tires on these. As tight as this track is, I look for them to flex pretty hard here tonight. You're going to see it reach into some pretty huge horsepower and traction here. Should cover a lot of real estate. Hopefully the sled's set, and we can get them one and done.
Finished third here at the Great Jones County Fair 1 year ago. You'll feel the horsepower on your chest and obviously be able to hear it for miles as they come down through here. Leading the point so far with wins in Davenport, Central City, and Jessup. And they split the points last night in Washington. From Swisher, the high maintenance Chevrolet of Tom Terrell to start us off.
Trying to realign himself a little better and get square with the sled.
Thank you to all of our advertisers here tonight. Some of our brown sponsors and some of them are squared up. Heinrich Diesel and Dyno out of Eddyville, Iowa. DJ Repair and Towing out of Manchester. CJ Beats out of Harley. The Lubbock Sled Company, Lee Loving and Company, the General Lee out of Charles City, Iowa. Power Built Tire and Service out of Cedar Rapids and AgriTrack Solutions, along with Quality Prints. Thank you for being one of our broad sponsors here today. We're going to need a tug, I'll guarantee you, almost every one of these guys out of here. John, why don't you find out if he's happy with it? I'm sure he will be. Goes in the books the way I understand it. Yeah, we'll take that.
Set where we want to be, so we'll go ahead and make that official. Tom Terrell in at 3:21.83.
Thank you, John. You know, all of our flag personnel, all these guys that are behind the scenes, making sure everybody's out of the way and safe, everything has been inspected. It's a lot of people behind the scenes making this whole thing happen here tonight.
Our next took is Wayne Timmerman out of Cuba City, Wisconsin. The S10 Chevrolet he calls the Showtime.
All right, next truck on the track here is the winner last year here at Monticello. Fourth in the points. Truck one, every single event that is attended is pulled with ECI except one. We didn't get to see him as often as they would like to in order to run the points. 3:21.83 is the leading distance. Wayne Timmerman is up next. This is Showtime Chevrolet.
Brent Peterson out of Waverly. Jeepers Creepers is in the house. Liz Stummy's truck's in the house. I'll tell you what, we got some heavy hitters here tonight. The Cornburner are going to get things lit up. Watch the Cornburner run in Manchester, Iowa. Took home the win in the big way. We shall see what happens here tonight. 3 to go in a 6,200-pound super modified two-wheel drive.
Next took Edgewood, Iowa. Your 2024 PPL Champions Tour champion in the Super Modified Two-Wheel Drive truck category will be Jason Sullivan. Illinois on the Champions Tour circuit. And a win Saturday night in Manchester, Iowa with ECI. Very, very tough running truck here. He has won Toma before.
We got to see him once last year. And it was in Manchester.
Heavy hitter. And I'll be anxious to see if he can bump that past that 360 mark. Is that where we're at, 360 and change?
365.9.
365 and some change. I'll be very surprised if he ain't bumping on that pretty hard.
So far, Tim Morwell's got the longest pull of the night at 370. So
He does.
We'll see if this may change some things.
He does.
Only Dodge in the class. So here, Mopar and license go on a 2008 model Dakota. From Edgewood, Iowa, they call it the corner burner. Here comes Jason Sullivan.
We're going to take a look here, though. We got Brent Peterson out of Waverly, Iowa, the Heartbeat. Lynn Snummy's truck. Brent's doing the driving here tonight. The Trey Washkow out of Iowa Falls, the Jeepers Creepers. You find that sweet spot in the track, and I'll tell you what, we're tearing things up here a little bit. Still a very good track. It's taking some horsepower. These guys are going to lean out of the groove eventually. I look for the 4-1 Limited Pros. Cover the real estate at a pretty good clip. We got them coming up in just 2 more vehicles.
Ooh, a nice crowd of those here tonight as well. 7, I believe.
Brent Peterson up next. Waverly, Iowa twin turbocharged 4T calls the Heartbeat.
365.95. Wayne Timmerman looks to repeat as champion here at Great Jones County Fair.
Lynn Snelly's truck here, you're going to see this thing. It ain't going to be quite as loud. The twin turbo setup. It'll buzz right along, cover the real estate. The Heartbeat.
Second place points truck the last couple of seasons here in Central Iowa. Finished fourth in Monticello, trying to be 365.
Andy, I don't
close to too much horsepower in their mare.
I guarantee it ain't gonna happen. It'd be like sitting in a wheelbarrow going at 100 miles an hour.
That kind of sounds like fun.
I don't think so. No way. Thank you to our friends at Champion Seed, one of the fastest growing independent seed companies in the country. Champion Seed has the freedom to select from a wide range of genetic platforms and trait packages, matching it right down to the county level. We are champions of quality corn and quality soybean traits, quality growing seasons, and quality people to help you along the way. From our corn seeds and soybean seeds to our people and partners, we only champion the best. Visit plantchampion.com to learn and find your local dealer.
Next to the Warshkow family, Iowa Falls, Iowa, they call home with the Jeepers Creepers Jeep.
Thank you to our friends and family used tractor and combine parts, the TYM, where quality matters. Brought into the program in 2007, Mike Franzen and Company. Way back in 1976 is where it all started. Mike and Candy taking care of the business. Family-run business yet today.
Will be Troy driving tonight. Troy Warshkow.
300 salvage combine. You name it, they'll find it. Mike Franzen.
Yeah, in fact, if you want to find Mike's play, it's up there behind the grandstand, about maybe halfway between there and the craft beer stand up there on the hill. Great support of the Great Open County Fair here as well. All right, final truck here in the two-wheel drive pickup truck class. Truck is certainly capable. Just don't get to see him very often. He did make it to Monticello last year and did not finish in the top 5, so we'll see if he can improve upon that here this evening. Just second in the points this season though, but finished second in Denver. Wayne Timmerman makes it 2 for 2 here at the Great Jones County Fair, picking up and defending his title from a year ago. The Showtime truck at 35 miles an hour, a distance of 365.95. Jason Sullivan on the corn burner in second at 357. Third place, Tom Terrell. Fourth place, Grant Peterson and then Troy Washkow and Jeepers Creepers. Coming into fifth. 4.1 limited pro stocks up next. 2,500 plus horsepower, highest horsepower tractors sanctioned by the East Central Iowa Pullers. I believe there's 7 of them tonight to put on a show for you, plus a very special treat. Packard Modified is going to full exhibition before we're all wrapped up here tonight. All right, 4.1 limited pros, weighing 9,500 pounds, 640 cubic inch maximum, single 4.1 inlet turbocharger, as you might imagine from the name. Max tire size 24.532, factory cast rear ends, old no component chassis in this class. And as I mentioned, 2,500-ish horsepower in each one of these machines as they come down the track to put on a show for you here this evening. Seven of them here for you tonight. Including a couple of tractors down from Worthington, Minnesota.
We are starting our 4-1 Limited Pro Stock Tractor class, starting off with Mike Bausma out of Worthington, Minnesota on a John Deere called the Limited Edition.
On this track, this class, like so many of them this evening, should be a heck of a lot of fun.
Mike Bausma out of Worthington, Minnesota. They travel all over the country. These two guys, Mike and Steve, they travel obviously together, limited edition and special edition. One's a John Deere 4000. You're going to watch that thing campaign here first, and you'll see the 6030 run a little later, 4 tractors in. These boys travel all over. They have a passion for pulling, and you're going to see why right now.
So he doesn't think he can do any better than that. Doesn't maybe think anybody else can either. So Monticello will keep that distance of 351.38 in sled or its technical term, the mechanical weight transfer device is set properly, and we are officially underway. Our final class of the evening tonight.
You know, it's been very fun, Andy. Here, these guys are traveling high rate of speed down the track. Think about how this used to be.
Bill Figgenbaum out of Chipola, Iowa on the Untamed again. John Deere 4450.
But it dates back to the year of 1929, believe it or not. Horse pulling, tractor pulling, the early days of the tractors, everybody's always figured there's got to be a way to do it. I remember a grandparent of mine saying they used to dig the trash machine down. At the end of the day, everybody would get together after they had their meal, take their team of horses and see which team could pull that trash machine out of where it was set. They would take the trash machine down so it wouldn't roll away. Whichever team could pull it out had the most horses.
This is not Bill Figgenbaum driving.
Things evolved.
A little family relation driving tonight.
The first organized tractor pulling event. That it was slow going. We can all remember back in the day when people probably in our territory they did it. Had a plate of steel, had a transfer, and otherwise it was just a plate of steel and people stepped on as they went by. That'd be pretty hard to do right now at 30 miles an hour plus. It was kind of a Wild West show many, many years ago. Brian Miller going to be the next man on the Marengo. We got a little bit. Nate Kramer's having a little trouble with Bill Figgenbaum's tractor down there, the Untamed Deer. So Brian Miller on a Marengo. The Diggin' Bone. Should be a red piece coming out here. We're going to get these guys run through.
Alright, so it looks like those steering issues are going to bump into last here. One thing we haven't talked about yet tonight is you see the full training Bungard Motorsports sled is switch track positions. There's a cone back there.
So the Untamed again is having some steering issues. We will drop him to the bottom of the class. Up next will be Brian Miller out of Marengo, Iowa with the Diggin' Bone 1066 International Black Stripe.
The red groove of the track. How they kind of hit their marks as far as where they're hoping to go or planning to go, or maybe, you know, attempting to guide the tractor to on the track.
That's exactly right, Andy. And, you know, some people have the theory, I might grab the left side or the right side of the track. You don't want to get too crazy. The center of the road is always the best place to be. But if you want to offset the sled to the left or to the right, it's simply by moving a cone. The sled's going to start in the same position, but you have the right to move it left to right. Within the first 100 feet, you get the option of turning, stopping, or signaling to turn back and restart if you don't like the gear that you're in. If you roll past the 100-foot mark, just make sure you indicate ahead of time, which creates fair game. 2 attempts at the sled, obviously. All right, we're getting things wound up here. Let's get these 4-1s rolling. We're getting out of here in a good time here tonight. Early night for all these young guys to go straight home. Yeah, right.
Diggin' Bone tractor out of Marengo, Iowa. Good to see Brian Miller pulling with these Central Iowa pullers tonight.
in to Steve Bosema. Mike and Steve crammed together the special edition 6030 John Deere.
Steve laid down with this tractor one of the best passes of the year at Rockwell City last year. If you ever seen a video of that with that was good. He gets perfect passes. Took home the win, his only win of the year actually was the last one. A couple of second place finishes as well. Special edition. Had a bit of an off night here in Monticello, finishing in 5th place last season.
Wasn't it a year ago the Lear boys, didn't they win here last year? I believe they did.
Bryce won here last year. The Red Revolver. On home pole.
Rickliff's did, yeah, Bryce won here. That's right. That's 2 years ago. Boy, the time flies when you're having fun. Where did the last year go, Andy? Where did it go?
Good question.
Oh, man.
How you searching down the whole thing?
Very young in my mind. That's right. Bryce won it last year. I had him also, the Red Revolver.
Having some trouble getting Steve Bosema's special edition tractor started. There we go.
Well, Andy, where are you off to next?
Well, I will be back here tomorrow night.
You're gonna be
Night,
back here?
night number 2, yeah. As far as the Central Iowa Pullers, see you in West Liberty on Friday night for the King County Fair. Looking forward to that. Always put on a great show down there, and then you'll be in DeWitt on Saturday.
That's right. Clinton County Fair in DeWitt, Iowa. The Central Iowa Pulling Association going to put on a show there. We got a nice bunch of polls coming up. And then it gets to be really busy after that.
Well, it's been really busy. Monday night in Iowa City. Thursday night, the 24th at the Jackson County Fair. And then you and I will see each other again at the Dubuque County Fair, July 26th. That is a Saturday evening poll.
Here we go, Steve Bosma, Worthington, Minnesota, John Deere 630 calls special edition.
Oh yeah. End of the month, Osage and Waverly on the 30th and 31st. Springville, as we mentioned, on the 8th of August. You can win tickets from the iconic big race today, but lots of chances to enjoy professional motorsports entertainment. Here comes Steve Balsama out of Worthington, Minnesota, driving the special edition.
We're going to see if Bryce can get things wound up here. Bryce Ricklefs out of Anamosa, the Red Revolver, the 1566. Let's see who we bring out of the track next. I'm not 100% sure how the lineup's going to go. Folks, again, we say thank you to all of our sponsors we visited here tonight and all the sponsors of your fair. Without them, we wouldn't have the success that we do. This is quite a deal, ladies and gentlemen. Any of these folks you see are the ones that we talked about. Make sure you take the time to say thank you.
We're down to the last couple hooks of the night. Up next will be Bryce Ricklefs out of Anamosa, Iowa on the Red Revolver, Black Stripe International.
One of the best stories of East Central Iowa pullers. Last year is up next. Jones County representative in this class. Much like Gary Bontrager, it's actually pretty neat last year. 2 first-time pullers took home championships. Gary did. And so did this next tractor, the Red Revolver.
This guy was so thrilled when he won the points last year. He never imagined it would work out that way. It was quite a deal.
It absolutely was. Very much excited to win here in Monticello last year as well as hometown pull. 1A and 1B, right? This one in Wyoming will be his 2 hometown pulls.
Had a good time with this thing. Chris Lear, big and...
Boy, turning 2-3 miles an hour doesn't get much better than that, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. Dragging over 45,000 pounds worth of weight.
Finished the season last year as first or inaugural tractor pulling season with 7 wins. A couple of second place finishes as well to kind of run away with the season championship. Reigning champion here in Monticello at the Great Jones County Fair on the track now, Bryce Ricklefs, driving the Red Revolver. steering problem that prevented him from pulling, and the points leader in this class is the untamed tractor based on the Jessup results. And he's got a steering issue, so you're going to see him bring him out, bump the skid, take his last place points, and on we will go. We have a special show for you tonight. Modified, Sullivan Modified is going to pull.
Up next, Nate Kramer. Out of Chipola, Iowa, on the Untamed again. So this will be a bump in the skid, 6-7 feet for Nate Kramer with the steering issue. That starts. There we go. Nate Kramer, untamed again out of Chipotle, Iowa. The son-in-law of Bill Fingenbaum.
All right, the green flag here for Nate.
This wasn't in the script for me, but it goes in the books. I guess I have no idea.
We are down to our last two tractors of the night. We'll have a couple exhibition runs. There will be a V12 Packard running as an exhibition. It's a modified tractor. Up next, though,
Down to just a couple left here.
up next out of Reedstown, Wisconsin, is Chris Lear.
Living in Long Drive.
Driving the John Deere 630 he calls the Badger Deer.
2 years ago, this tractor was your ECI champion. Finished second in Monticello 2 years ago, did not make the trip here last year. But a tractor that's certainly capable of going 370 plus. I guess you gotta go 374.3 if you want to win here.
It's going to take a 375-foot hook to make this thing happen. The Lear family can do this. Reedstown, Wisconsin, the Badger Deer, the 60-30 John Deere fans. I'd say this thing's got its work cut out for him. Looking for the green all the way around and getting it done.
Actually, I misspoke. We did make it to Monticello here last year. One of 2 appearances with the Central Iowa Pullers. He finished 4th. Also finished 4th in the Coconut. Down to just 2 tractors left to go here in this class. 3 overall with the special exhibition hook coming up. Chris Lear and the Badger Deer up next.
tractor. I'm almost positive the untamed tractor is for sale. Bill owns both of them. The only thing it takes is just a little checkbook. And not that big a one. Yeah. With Andy Peterson's income, he could make it happen real easy. You should just buy that, Andy. I'm going to hide behind this wall.
In a won't world.
Oh, yeah. Should we buy it together, Andy? We'll take turns driving it. Let's do that. If I did something like that, I'd just as well never go home again. Oh, my. Trouble Soup City.
Julie wouldn't be pleased.
That short little gal can get awful mean once in a while when I screw up. Oh boy. And I know how to screw up. Oh yeah. We got a couple young pullers up in the announcer stand here. You're not ready to go back to school? You don't want to go back to school? They're the best days of your life. Nikki's talking to these little kids, asking if their ears work well. Quick story. Oh my, I gotta watch where I walk. But at any rate, my little grandson, he's 3 years old. My daughter says, we gotta take him to the doctor. Something's wrong. I don't think this kid can hear. I thought, well, maybe, you never know, they get an ear infection or something like that. So to the doctor she goes, went to the doctor's office, they took a look at little Lane, and they said his hearing is just fine. Little fella don't like to listen to his mother. How many of us have experienced something like that? I thought, you little turkey, you. And he's a dandy. Oh my.
I'm sure that wasn't the first time the doctor had a similar case.
No, not at all. I just found it hilarious.
I was trying to see this.
And that little girl of mine, when she was little, she didn't like to listen either, Andy. Oh my.
So he's learned that from Mama too well.
Oh boy. With those grandchildren, there's something else. They can get whatever they want without even talking. If I'd have knew they were that much fun, I'd have had them first. That's no kidding. All right, we got Bill backed up to it.
We're down to our last token of the night. Bill Thingabama, Chipotle, Iowa, on the Instigator John Deere 7930.
Your tractor's really good.
You bet. I watched it when we were together out at Jessup, Iowa. This thing ran hard. Bump and Change Type, one of our proud sponsors, Figgenbaum Trucking.
There's an exhibition pull after this, so a special treat, but this will wrap up the 4.1 Limited Pro class. 374 millimeters distance. The Instigator from Bill Figgenbaum. Results here from the Limited Pro class in just a moment. For the second year in a row, the second repeat champion here tonight. The winner is Bryce Rickless out of Anamosa, 374.2. Bill Thingabama in second, that Instigator tractor, the last took at 368. Third place to Chris Lear. Fourth place, Nate Kramer. And Mike Postma from Worthington, Minnesota finishes fifth.
tell you what, Bryce, that was an impressive pass. That had to have been a sensational ride. Tell us about it a little bit.
It was a really good track. They did a great job today putting that together, and it was tight and it hooked up well, and it just ran really good.
You bet. What point of the track did you feel it? Did you feel it right off the bat when you launched off the line? What was it like?
Felt good coming off the line. We could feel it hooking up, but it really lugged and dug that last 20 feet. I knew we were gripping.
We got a couple exhibition passes left for the night. I think there's two. We have an Expedition Packard modified tractor. Kyle Sullivan with the silent partner unknown out of Manchester, Iowa, has come back on his 85 Limited Pro, make a test hook on that. And that will round out our night.
We're close to home here, so thanks to all the Boom Mafia crew out there tonight that are come to watch it. So glad we could show.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Bryce Rickliff's winning the 4-1 Limited Pro Series right here tonight. Excellent job, Bryce. The Red Revolver taking home the win.
First win of the year for Bryce, and second in a row here at the Great Jones County Fair.
You can go up if you want.
All right, correction here. We have a first-time driver in the exhibition poll. Kyle Sullivan, silent partner unknown, but it's his 16-year-old nephew. Never driven before. Needs some experience. What a power track to get started on, huh, Darren?
Well, if you're going to learn on the best track you can possibly learn on. We got her finished in good form, ladies and gentlemen. 10:30 right in the button. This is exactly what you want to see. 3.5, good 3.5 hour show. That's exactly perfect.
Always fun to see.
Actually, no, this is Jason. No, this is
earlier with Max Roop. Certainly a talent and art to driving these high horsepower machines as well. Bonus pull. 466, silent partner unknown. Kyle Sullivan's nephew behind the wheel.
Who's driving? What? Who's driving? Right, on. Kyle's tractor. Make a test it. All right, Kyle. Well, it's got a green fire suit on it. And it's not Jason Sullivan.
So long, everybody. Have a safe travel home.
And there will be no Packer modified. I think they're reading the wrong list, but anyways. That will be the end of our show tonight on Moose Tractor Pulling Videos YouTube page with the Central Iowa Port Association presented by Champion Seed. Make sure to tune in tomorrow night, Wednesday night, Peoria, Illinois, Heart of Illinois Fair with the Illini State Pullers. I will be live there, live streaming again. Or you can choose to go to propulling.tv, watch the Badger State Tractor Pullers and the Champion Seed Western Series coming to Monticello here tomorrow night. Put on 5 amazing classes. Appreciate everyone tuning in and watching. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe. I'm on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Thanks so much, and have yourselves a good night.